What up? What up? What up? Been a little bit since I've been out here. Been probably about a week, but been busy. Life been life, and I'm back on here today to do finish up some of these optimizations that I've been doing on the application, the social kind of platform that I've been building. Did a lot of testing. Things worked on the last major feature that I was building with collaborations and all that and collectives, but now I need to optimize things. Things were entirely way too slow on production, as I kind of knew it would be, because I kind of just, I leave optimization till things get more settled and I know exactly kind of how I want things laid out and what features and everything. So now I'm kind of going back in there and cleaning a bunch of that up. I've already done a bunch of it. It's kind of been a process having to basically optimize just about every route, because of the way that React Router 7 right now works is with floaters, and a lot of my routes have specific loaders to them to kind of break things up. But having to go in here and tweak a lot of things, I've already kind of established exactly how I like to optimize for this one without breaking things, actually making gains. Because that's one thing about optimization, is that things that you might think would be optimized and be the right way to do things are not always the right way. So you have to do a lot of testing to go along with that. So that's why this process is so long sometimes. But like I said, I mostly did a lot of optimizations on some of my other routes, and some timing, so I can measure exactly if things are improving. So post text, I don't need these. Let's remove that. Build postcard extras. All right, like I said, let's get into this. Nice thing about using agents is it does a lot of these menial tasks like this, which is going to be a lot of similar refactoring across routes, but not the same exactly. But they do a pretty good job of translating what I've already done. This should be collectives. My main area of gain that comes from this is I cached my sessions, which this is still calling the raw one. And then I have session loading obviously in my root route, because a lot of those header actions and, data needs to be loaded immediately across all routes. And then each one also has session checking to make sure that like certain actions and things are properly shown or not shown. So to decrease on the duplication, I basically set up a caching to have that be served like a short-lived cache. I think it's like 5 minutes. Right here, or 3 minutes. All right, cool. So let's come here. All right, I need to optimize the collective likes from. Can you tell me the gaps remaining? I pretty much already know which gaps are in here, but I don't want to come here and do this all myself, so let's come here. Basically gonna put these headers in here, set a timer across all these different actions, and then I know there's some sequential or serial SQL calls that need to be put into promise blocks so they happen parallel. So let's go ahead and check this out. Like I said, no cache session. Yep. Loader timing needs to be implemented. Update the data is returned in the headers. Missing like specific composite index is ordered by. All right, so it's saying it's missing an index. So like query likes where. Missing actor likes actor organization index. So it's saying it's missing a composite index. Let me see. Partial on post ID. actor plus ordered by. All right, so let's add an index there, which I might do that. Parity mismatch. Don't really need tags. Let me see what the user columns should be. Safe. Display user columns. I don't need tags. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. I'm not sure. Let me check. Okay. I think I removed these, but actually I think I do need these simply for the fact that when I edit the post, I need those tags. So yeah. All right, so I do need that. Let's come here. Go back. Copy. And then make sure these routes have it properly. With tags. Initial post. Collective shop. And these tags back. And here. All right, let's go. I think that's most of the routes. Media shop, collections, collectors, collaborations, likes, collaborations, and likes. All right, let's check this out. Hey, appreciate the follow. So collaborations are good. Tags are good. All right, cool. All right, so that should be better. Add the tags back. Tags are in here. Includes tags, and let's check this gap right here. 6 liked post. Cool. Real Nova, what up? Hope well, man. Appreciate it. I hope you're well too. What am I making? I am continuing to build out this kind of social platform that I've been building for quite a little while now, but I basically optimizing at this point. I've implemented a ton of features. It's currently going through beta right now. It's called collective.co. It's actually live right now. Currently got some users and testing everything, but now I'm just basically running a bunch of optimizations to make sure it functions properly because it's a little bit too slow in production. All right, collection count. So I can probably remove this. Yeah, so I already built something for this. Let's go build post cart extras tab. Yeah, that's right. Let's come here. This one should be removed too, I believe. These are my results. Same. All right. No, it's not on the type. Never can I find table. Hold on. Good. What am I missing? Okay. Yeah, fair. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I got to a pretty good place where I've come comfortable enough where I'm not just building out just every feature or new feature now. Now it's just kind of doing optimizations and making sure it functions properly. On local machines, it's always super fast, and you see the production like, damn, why is shit so slow? And I'm just basically finding all those little gaps because a lot of these like loaders, there are some complexity in here that needs to be optimized substantially, and kind of going through that process. It's my least favorite part about this, probably, honestly. Are you a developer yourself? What do you do? All right, so these need to be replaced. Fetch collection card. All right. Disliked, as commented, as collected. Collection count, like count, share count. So yeah, that should be. Build postcard extras. Postcard extras. Right, so this one should be. That's it. Build postcard extras, collection count. Make sure these are the same. So now you just use AI for funds, just mix it in little projects. Okay, how long you been doing that? What projects you building? Build postcard interactions. Just what this is, and then, but I'm already passing it here. So collection count, like count, share count, make sure it's the same. All right, cool. So that is, we can remove this one too. Okay. That should be good. There's one more. Two more. All right, so that's optimized. Now, I might need to do something a little bit differently for this one. Let me see. Let's score equal number. Collection count. All right, so. Here. You said, oh wow, okay. What model are you using? Using Claude, Codex, Cursor, whatever? Like, what do you use? And you said trying to make a Roblox game. I don't know how you're gonna do that with AI strictly. Only AI can build a Roblox game. Like, Roblox is a pretty expansive build. How's that going? Has commented, has shared. Type. Build postcard extras. Extras type. of these is wrong. All right, so you use Cursor for your IDE, basically how you're building, but like what language are you using within Cursor? I'm pretty sure in Cursor, which I've only used a couple times, you get to use like Codex or Gemini or Opus and Claude and all these other things. So all right, so extras table. Business. All right, I'm just gonna have this agent do this. All right, can you refactor this with the using Claude Fable? Okay. I'm not super familiar. Obviously, I haven't used any of those models that much. Honestly, for most of my stuff, I've just been using Codex because it's been the cheapest. But I've used Opus and I've used a few other ones. Claude Fable is the one that just came out. Is that the one that just came out, right? I'm guessing like how's that going with the pricing and stuff? I'm pretty sure there's like usage limits on all that now. Keeping buzz score intact and run a quick error check. Okay. You said expensive. Yeah, I was like, there's got to be. So he's trying to build a full ass game like Roblox with an agent. I can only imagine those costs. Okay, so they had to make a copy instead of just directly calling it. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Game inside Roblox, not just a copy of Roblox. I was about to say, I was like, you about to build an entire version of Roblox? Like, that's got to be expensive. But a game inside Roblox, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. All right, cool. So now it's refactored. Additional errors. I need to remove this server block though. I think it did. Yeah, it did already. Cool. Okay. Now let's get back to what I was originally doing. Let me re-optimize this around right here. All right, so I need to add a cache session, loader timing, update those, probably implement a composite index. How much tags? I fixed that, so that's not an issue anymore. Okay, split around likes, fetch posts, route is currently opaque for performance debugging. All right, that's easy. So pass in the profile route, which is already set up, and then just go ahead and tell it to implement 2, 3, 4. No, let's take 4 out of there. 5 and 6. I need to double check its work if it's going to touch my schema first. But all right. I mean, as I said, actually got to be expensive. I know the price of all agents is going up and it's only going to continue to go up, which I predicted very early on. So I was like hammering all these agents early on, basically because I knew it was not going to be this cheap and free as it is. Even like I've been using GitHub's premium, which just increased its pricing right after I finished this. So like I knew it was a matter of time. So I'm like, are you gonna try to learn how to code and develop on your own? It's kind of getting you interested in this, or are you just gonna just strictly use agents? All right, so it's saying it needs to add or wants to add a composite index to this. Where's the orientation links? No, not to this. To this. He said, not really. It's too difficult for me. It's really not, honestly. Honestly, it's really not that difficult. If you take the time to learn, it's not that difficult. But I know it's not for everybody for sure. There's definitely a lot that goes into it, and you have to learn a lot of different things. But when you kind of like really get a grasp of it, it's not too difficult. It's basically all logic based. And if you like puzzles or just building shit, like it's not too difficult to understand. It's just learning all the different tools and like the steps how to do things the right way, honestly. All right, so this is good. All right, let me check my network timing first before it implements these changes. Come to likes. Let's come here. Check my server timing. Oh yeah, it's way too high. So I'm literally pulling like 36 milliseconds for just this route, another 33 within the route, and 20 from the layout. So yeah, this definitely needs to be optimized. Come here. All right, so added my cache session, which I already had set up. Adding my loader timers, which I already set up in my performance server, which is here. This is just a way to basically add timing to my header so I can actually see how long things are taking on my local machine, because you cannot really measure that properly. Sorry, so it's adding these in the promise, like I said, grabbing the collective lookup first, and then the session, because this is going to be used to gate things that are displayed depending on who's doing what. Added a timer to my acting identity, so I'm basically determining if this is a personal session or acting as a collective, and then again adding more timers to my actual query to get my likes. And then instead of returning just this object, it's returning it as a data where I can pass in the headers. Same, and then ordered post, find many. Published, safe, tags. All right, so what is this? Limit batch size +1. All right, so here's the unordered ones that I'm determining infinite loading. All right, and then this is my actual headers that I'm passing from this route. Cool. All right. All right, that looks fine. Let's come here. This one, let's check this timing. All right, that's not bad. SB, what up? What's going on? How's your day going, man? All right, so keep these, and then I want to double check this like specific composite. So explain to me how you'd implement this. Explain. Show me what you need. Show me composite index you'd implement for this. Game 4 today. Game 4 today. Yeah, man. It's been a good ass series. I'm not gonna lie. Like I did say the best chance that the Knicks got is against the Spurs, and I think they can get it done. I think Game 3 might have been a blip. We'll see, but it's definitely a good series. Definitely a good series. Everything been good over here, man. Just been working, been busy. Honestly, had a lot of things pop up over the last few weeks, so I haven't really been out here very much. But just kind of coming back in here, running a bunch of optimizations across the application. Kind of like the last final step before I start like heavily setting up the kind of marketing and everything else. But you said I think I'll go to 6. I think I'll go to 6 games. To be honest, yeah, I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that. I think Spurs are good enough to get it to 6. Obviously, Wemby's a freak. They've done a pretty good job on Jalen until the last like fourth quarter, but we'll see. We'll see. Fox has been too up and down for me, but he's the rest of very suspect. Not gonna lie. I mean that's just kind of the case every series, right? Refs always do some suspect shit. Like I'm not gonna say there's a conspiracy, but what's better for the NBA? 6 games at least, 7 games really. That's what the NBA really wants is if they can get 7 games out of every series. Yeah, that's definitely a money spot, but I can definitely see it going 6. Like sectorization. All right, so basically he wants to add a composite index on my created ad and then ID where. All right, I'm gonna just tell it to patch that. That's fine. Generation and to me. All right, but before that, let's make sure the loader did improve. All right, now let's double check and make sure the loader improved. Ooh, that's quite a bit right now. Hold on. Session. That's way too high. Let's try this. Let's come back. Let's revisit. Let's run that session again. All right, so initial load is pretty high still because it didn't cache the session, but once the session is cached, it dropped down to about 19 milliseconds, which isn't the worst, but I think, let's see, I might be able to find some gains still. I think I can do that with the indexing. So let's come here and let's tell it to go ahead and implement that indexing. Trying to index on created that. Could probably index somewhere here too. Authored collaborations. Select. Yeah, I could probably index this as well. So. Likes, actors, organization created ID, post not null, blah, blah, blah. All right, so it's indexing that. Before I do that, let's come here. Indexing beans. SP, is this a personal project? So not totally. It is a personal project in terms of like I just felt like I wanted to build this. I've been actually built a version of this like over a decade ago on Ruby on Rails actually. And then it just wasn't at the level I wanted to be, and there were still a lot of things I had to do, and I just had a lot on my plate, so I kind of like shelved it. But I was like, you know what, my skills are good enough now. I wanted to test how far I've gotten and what I can do, and I was like, I just start building it anyways. But it's not just a personal project; it's actually a project that people are actually using right now. It's just in beta. Basically a spin-off of my website of Living Life Here. It's basically a place to bring creatives together and get all the people that we know and connect with, and like get them all posting and sharing there and making connections and networking and all that good stuff. So it started out kind of like a personal project, but it's definitely one that is production, and it's actually in production right now. It's just going through a lot of beta testing, and it's closed invite at the moment. Basically gonna leverage all the contacts and connects that we have from the years that we've done with the media site and like kind of expand it to this. Also, it's like for networking. Yeah, it is. It's 1000% for networking. It's basically a place like, I don't know. There used to be like the old artist kind of profile pages, and obviously artists have their own websites and stuff like that. And it's kind of like a personal page, but it's that plus making those connections with other people in like other fields and in your same field and whatnot. Basically, it's a way to easily connect with musicians and producers and stuff like that, and artists with other artists, and just a way to kind of cross connect and cross network and things like that, while still displaying like all of your work in a real manner that you don't have to fight against like an algorithm for, because we don't even have an algorithm on this. It's a way that you can also build like your own feed, even if you're not in like creative fields. Like if you just like art and you like art, creativity, and you like creatives, and like you want to follow stuff like that, you can just follow tags and collections, and it's just a way to discover cool shit, honestly, and then network along the way. Because, you know, as a creative, like networking is honestly number one most important thing. But I think a lot of people get so caught up with these social platforms that you're just like creating stuff for the algorithm and not even like, you know, focusing on your craft as much, because you are constantly having to promote on those platforms. A post-active membership index that matches the author collaborative current author branch in. You currently have schema, but its key order is status is not in best position. All right, so resource type, status for partial, keep the original principal lookup index you already added. Optional organization filtered post index for collaboration result fetches. It's plus ID. Usually primary key on ID this remains hot with large sets and extra index link. ID plus status plus. And for clear shape, not only the third branch clear joins on new casted comparison. Better plan of behavior refactoring to an exist filter. Yeah. So back to item 1 first. SB, what adjustments would I make for the Knicks today? I didn't really watch the last game, so I didn't really get to see. I only got the end of that one. I'm pretty sure the first 2 games they were pretty much down for the first half. Like there was a lot of them basically coming back, which is hard to do every single game. We gotta find easier bucks for Brunson, that's for sure. Like he's doing a lot of work. And if it's gonna go a long series of going 6 or 7 games, you're relying heavily on him to kind of control the game a little bit too much, and it's definitely showing in a lot of his kind of play. Bridges got to get going more. Bridges definitely got to get going more. Like if he gets going more, they are going to be impossible to stop. But when he's struggling like this and his impact ain't as strong as it should be, I would say that find a way to get Bridges going. Post SQL post that equals show to post. Principal resource. Need to post resource. I feel like it was too Brunson centric. Like we play better at 3K. I agree with you 1,000%. Obviously, Brunson is the guy, and he's the one that like can bring it home for you. But I would not want him having to kind of carry all those duties of running the offense, getting revenge positions, and bring the ball up and all that stuff all game long. You gotta need those legs towards the end of the game, and you're gonna need them definitely towards the end of the series. And from what I saw, like first game, like Cat was cooking. Like he didn't obviously have the most points, but like he was putting a lot of pressure on the rim and a lot of pressure on Wemby to play defense. And like I feel like the last game they kind of went away from that a little bit. Like Cat's got to have an impact like offensively, because Wemby's got to guard him because Cat is good enough that he puts a lot of pressure on top of him, so he can't just focus on offense. And just not having him outside shooting threes, like the whole fourth quarter was just basically him outside the 3-point line. I'm like, man, he's a big dude. Like he's got to attack the rim. And you got to get him downhill. You got to get him putting pressure. Spurs are too physical. Yeah, I said, like, I don't want Brunson handing the ball constantly because they got a ton of guards that can throw at him. So, like, Cat is the mismatch problem. Like, as good as Wemby is defensively and as long as he is, Cat is still bigger than him, and Cat can get buckets. So, like, Cat definitely needs to have the ball a lot more and attack him as much as possible. Even when he wasn't, like, scoring at the rim, that's just a lot of pressure to deal with all game. He's a big dude. And that's why I thought the first two games they did so well, especially the first game I saw. Like Cat was a difference maker. Which is why I actually picked. I thought the Knicks might actually beat them because Cat is way bigger and way more skilled than anybody the Thunder had. And that pressure he can put on Wemby to actually play defense all game long and get in foul trouble and all that stuff, yeah. All right. What's the indexes are in place? Let's go. Let's go check that timing now. All right, let's come here. Let's grab. All right, let me check this network timing. Let's try that again. Likes, server timing. All right, that's pretty good. I'm at 17 milliseconds total, which is not bad for all of the complex kind of loader actions that are going on. I think the indexing helped a little bit. All right, someone just leave it right there. I don't want to over optimize. That's when you start running into problems and shit starts breaking. So that's good enough for now. And then if I get gains in the future, I get gains in the future. All right, let's update this. So this one should be easy. Okay. All right, so with this type one. Okay, let's come here. All right, so these are fine, but we'll probably optimize those a little bit. Session user ID. Collection where. All right, so cache in. All right, cool. Optimize collective about. Identify the gaps. All right, so we're gonna optimize that, and then let's come in here. Oh. Okay, I know what happened. Type slug string type. Uh, non-exist. All right, so let's add that, created that as well. We don't need the ID. Very cool. All right, so it's gonna cache my session like I did the other ones. Update the return to a data object. Member check executes a separate round trip before counts. Gates collection is functionally fine, but it can be folded into a base parallel face. All right, so let's fold that into my session collective lookup. Collection count filter can use a more targeted index collection count query at uses donation ID and sometimes is private. Current nearest index is not pure counting. Partial public collections count index. Okay. Post count filter could use a tighter count oriented index. Same thing, indexing my counts. It's already helped by. Okay, so it's gonna catch my session, it's gonna implement some indexing. So okay, so implement these steps. Leave Frizzle generation and migration to me. Okay. The next one I'm gonna have to update is going to be this. Let's come here, let's go. Outlet context. Come here. Sure. All right, let's remove this one. Our extras. Nope. All right, let's import you. Let's remove you. Safe. I'm sure it's gotta be safe user. Where is it? Safe. Columns are safe. Organization, look at image tags. I'm grabbing all my probably all right, so it's grabbing all of these, but I probably can update this too. All right, so let's put the next area again. All right. Okay. All right, so I know I'm gonna update that. So then switch to cache. and de-indexing. Alright. Data use caching. Alright, return these in the parallel. Membership state. Members, phone numbers, post collections. Get that session. Click to look up. Alright, so I can't run this in parallel because I need that session first. Or yeah, all right. Okay, let's keep that. Let's keep that. That's good. Let's run another iteration. Which I might actually wait to do. I don't know how to say your name, man. Peter, man. Hi, what up, man? Over there on YouTube. What's going on? How's your day going? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for hopping in the chat. Let's see this. Let's come here. Patience. So all I need is. All right, let's update this. Optimize the collective collaborations route. Can you yes. Actually, 29 is fine. SB, do I still play basketball? Yeah, I play every week. There's like a pro run that we've got down here pretty much every week, especially in the summers. I'm actually about to start working at this new kind of basketball facility. So yeah, I still play basketball pretty regularly. Not clearly, obviously I'm not training every day like I used to, but yeah, I still get up and down. Do code them. Can you slide into DMs in your social network? I mean, yeah, you can. We got direct messaging. There's also a strong blocking feature, but yeah, we do have direct messaging. You can slide into DM still. All right, so I identified. Hi, 3-step ID materialization. Via helper, authors, collaborators, query, or join the cast. Final post fetch with NRA. Single post query using. Right, so let's just do one single query instead of these 3 roundabouts I'm doing right now. All right, implement those, implement my timing. Those are normal. Join, disjoint path. Planner for the other coordinate access filter directly. I think. Check my other one. Author post has other post user. All right, so it's gonna fold it into this. To this exists, so it's one query call. Cast it to text. Pull in the scope. All right, that looks fine to me. Oh, important. All right, let's do this. Originality. All right, basic steps. That's actually nice, bro. Still got it. I mean, like I said, like I played like literally last year professionally, so like it's not like I've been retired. Like I've just now considered retiring. So like it's not like I haven't been playing. I've been training like every day for like the last, I don't even know how many years. It's been a long time, but I ain't losing yet, man. It's gonna be years before I lose that ability. It's just kind of like ingrained in me at this point. Definitely out of shape. Definitely out of shape compared to what I was. Like that game shape is something different. Boy, let me tell you. If you take months off and you try to step back on that court, I don't care how in shape you are or how much you played. Like that shit takes a minute. That first up and down had me winded the other week. But you know, it's like riding a bike. Once I get back into it, you know, a week or two and you know get consistent, it's like I never left, honestly. Common Luke, man, what's up? What's going on? What you making? I'm optimizing basically. I'm optimizing a social kind of platform that I've built out. It's live, it's production right now. It's called Collective with 2 E's instead of an E. .co. It's currently in beta. It's going through a bunch of testing, and I'm just kind of like after I've implemented all the kind of major features I want at this kind of stage, I am coming back in here and re-optimizing everything, especially my loaders that are making some pretty heavy calls. So I'm just trying to get gains in my production. Nothing exciting today, but that's basically what's going on. SB, yeah, Master Fitness is different. I'm telling you, playing shape is completely different than being in shape. Like it's hard to explain. Even when I was in shape, even like in the middle of a season, even in like I've been playing every week, that first 5 minutes of every game is a bitch. All right, so I added timing measurements and it changed my scope, my collaboration scope to basically one exist query instead of the multiple I was doing right here. Where's right here? Now just grabbing well 2, but it's happening. Let's see, return or active orientation collaborative scope or author post. Okay, collect the post, find mini, publish, collaborate on the collaboration scope, save display, post to return. It's just infinite loading. Return as a data object instead of just this, the constructed object. Sure, slow it down. All right, let's try that. Let's first optimize, generate. All right, let's run that and then start that. Grab this, refresh. All right, let's check the timing. Let's make sure it actually improved. My server timing. All right, right now initial load is at 25 milliseconds, 34. That's all because session caching has not kicked in. So if I come back here, let's try this again. When session caching is active, let's go. Wait, let me refresh this. In the network collaborations, now that there is server caching. Let's try this again. All right, yeah, there's definitely improvement. So before server caching or session caching kind of kicks in, my total for my route is about 20 milliseconds, and for this route it's about 26. But once session caching is active, it's like about 13 for each. So it's not the worst. When it's low teens, especially when you're like doing all these calculations in SQL and all the loaders and having to do all this stuff, it's not that crazy. I'll leave that. That's enough for now. Again, optimization is an ongoing thing. So, all right, so updated this, updated this, updated this, updated this, updated this. I just got collections and about. No, I did about members and collections. Let's see where we can find some optimizations here. Go. You know, is active. The hell did I do that? All right, collective is session. Okay. Here. Should fix that. All right, is active. All right, let's type fixed, and then is admin. Use outlet and just collections. All right, let's come here. Let's see where this loader is. Collection ID. All right. I think I already did some optimizations there. It seems. I think I don't need to do anything there. Let me just double check. Check that network timing. Make sure it's in there. All right, come back. Yeah, I think it's mostly optimized already. Profile dedupe, Swift dedupe, collections by ID. Place directly in. Our lookup is inline instead of shared helper plus subtiming. Okay, okay. Patch those skips. All right, last route I'm gonna need for my claims route is my members route. Right one. All right, cool. Is correct. Session. Use the cached one. Make these parallel. Query members that created with the user. Let's update these to my display. Following user. Might need an index here, we'll see. Alright, let's do this. Alright, so it's gonna dedupe these collections. Get member organization IDs for user. Deduped. Get member organization IDs for user. All right, welcome here. Make sure that timing improves. And it did. It dropped pretty substantially. It's like shaved off about 6 milliseconds. So that's pretty good. All right, so that's good. And then, all right, last one I need to do for this collective route right now is my member route, which probably doesn't need too much optimization, but I do need to at least set up the timings. In gaps. Post media shop collections, collaborations, likes, about all optimized. Check this optimization. Session. Ooh, it's kind of a lot. Let's come back here again. Yeah, session caching is huge for optimizations because, you know, yeah, you're calling sessions within the root of the application because of these headers are going to need all this information and decide what to display and all that stuff. So it's pretty much going to be calling every route, but then each loader also pretty much needs to call session in terms of like managing what gets displayed, who gets to see what, and all that stuff for gating purposes. So if you don't have session caching, and this literally loading this route right here was, I think, 122 milliseconds, which is crazy long. And then once the session kicked in, the caching kicked in, it dropped all the way down to 18. So caching is huge. Okay. Oh shit. So I never actually set up pagination for this. So okay, that's a big one. User grid infinite. Six, eight. User grid infinite PI is not scoped to organization members. Defaults to load users. Form, so even if you enable it. All right, so I need to implement infinite pagination. Cache my sessions. Current order is only graded descending. All right, add an ID for that loader. Missing composite index for an intended member pagination query. All right, add a composite index per row is following can become per row is following. That's what I knew. It's probably gonna be pretty expensive. So per row. So I'm gonna compute this. Bigger pages. All IDs query map in memory. Okay. Component typing parity. Okay. Let's just first do this implement. All right, so mostly done. All right, need to optimize this route as well. I cached my session and then ran it in parallel with my collective lookup. Grabbing my member list, find mini. I added ID for my upcoming infinite loading. Created a map of all of these IDs. It's not per row to add my followed. Search follow ID. User follow ID in array. Member user IDs from this map. Then create a set of that followed user IDs. Members with the following member list on map user. You can copy and spread that member, that user, and its following set. And it has, all right. So just basically making the lookup much faster and less expensive than the way I was doing it by putting in two sets. Return that object, runner. Okay, cool. All right, so now, now let's waiting for this route size of 20. Create a API file for this. All right, so now I need to implement actual infinite loading, which I thought I had already set up on here, but I don't, because I've done this so many times. It's just basically going to copy what I've already done, create a batch size. You use a cursor to identify this right here to increase. It's going to do a +1. So if it has more, then it's going to call for more. It's going to add a, probably need to, let me see. In my grid, I should have already. Yeah, here's my trigger. I already got an intersection observer, so I should be good. So man, appreciate the sub. So come here. All right, so batch size 20. My limit is only gonna be 20 plus 1, which is gonna allow me to determine if there's more if the length is greater than my batch size. Only return those. Then memory use these. Just move that down, something new. Members to return. And if there is more, members to return plus minus 1 created at ID. And then here's my query parameters URL. All right, so initial next cursor, load collected members, query params. So I actually don't need query params, honestly. Really don't need these because you're not querying on this route, so I'm probably gonna remove that. Or maybe, let me see. Maybe for my API I need it. Query params, authorization. Yeah, I do actually. I do. Yeah, right. Here's my new API. Alright, sending. All right, so search params gotta get session filters. Sign with a part or type SQL unknown. I need some condition probably before that. Mini display following set. All right, cool. So create my cancel you back. All right, index. Okay. Let's see. If You said need that condition. Cool. All right, cool. Let's do that. What route was that? And again, there's no way that was right. All right, there it is. 9 milliseconds. Really good. Let's keep that right there. Okay, making progress, making progress. Let's come here. Files, I think it's resources, search, surveys, feed. Here it is, post collections. All right, before that, let's do a quick update, which is going to be this. Let's grab you. Ape. Cool. Now let's come back here. It's all this. Let's keep this centralized. The same for this. Shop, programming shop likes. Let's review. Collectors, let's see. Ease Detonation 012. Crazy name, man. What's going on? Hack the Microsoft. This one was. Profile context. All right, how do I want to do this? Geez, that nation. What program language I'm using? I am using TypeScript. And I'm using a React framework called React Router 7 to actually build things, but TypeScript is the language. Provide user. Trying to figure out why. Hurried copy. Am I using Fable 5? No, I'm not. I'm not using Fable 5. I'm still using Codex 5.3. It's just incredibly fast and simple for what I needed to do. I don't typically use new models that often, unless some like major upgrade or change. I'm not using agents. I'm not using multi-agents. I'm not letting things just run on their own. So like I code alongside AI and I kind of point it in the direction and it does what I kind of tell it to do. But in terms of like Fable 5 is something I would use if I was like just letting it build an app from scratch. But this is just literally just, I use this just for implementation and for refactoring. And for that purpose, damn near any model is good. And 5.3 is pretty good for that. So I haven't actually used Fable 5 at all. Type of users, diverse, select, post count. I want to see how I want to do this. I could probably extend this type. That's what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna let it extend that type. It's kind of done a few times. I'm not gonna rewire this entire type just for that one addition for this one route. Instead, I'm gonna import that type and then I'm gonna create another type that extends it. Okay, so it chose to do it anyways. Whatever, I'll just leave it. Alright, so so I'm also going to clean up these loaders because I think there's some unnecessary calls going on in here. Finding my profile user, which I already find in my layout, and if there's none, checking if it's an owner. And I'm not actually using it in any of these here. Because I'm already finding a session. To the session. I already have it, so let's just do that. All right, something's going wrong. String or undefined is not assignable to parameter type string. But that's what I want. Oh, I'm just gonna rip these up. Is owner view? Cool. So let's come here. I already grabbed the profile user session. All right, let's come here. Let's come here. Oh, I forgot to do this. What's that? is owner and not. Let me just copy this real quick. All right, it's better. Trying to figure out why I did that. That must have been something I just did on the fly. So let's fix these. Just type errors. Yeah, it's like I don't know why I was calling profile user and all that, and I'm not actually using it in any of my calls. I was literally just using it to pass down to the route, which is unnecessary because I'm already doing that in the layout. So that must have been early on. I think there's another one I'm probably gonna have to do the same thing for. Let's see. Yeah, because I'm calling this in it. All right, so I'm gonna fix that. Profile user session. All right, so basically overload type errors. Explicit narrowing boundary for user ID. Calls only occur inside if user ID. Current user ID. Library scope exists. It's basically just add a conditional here. So if there is a user ID, then run it to make it type safe. Let owner or collaborator scopes equal no collection of internals. Again, if user ID. Yeah, cool, everyone. All right, cool. I was getting past the null and that was breaking type safety. So basically determining if there is an actual user ID so it can no longer be null. All right, so that route is cleaned up. Sure. Collective. That's fine. That route's good. This route, not so much. All right, so his owner just literally only used to pass down here, which doesn't make sense. All right, let's deconstruct this. Let's go. Owner. You. Sure those imports are right. All right, cool. So owner's good. Then you. All right, start review, and then profile user. She might need that. Let me see. Duplicate, don't need that. Mike, let me see. Trying to determine. And I do need this profile user on this one because I'm determining their membership specifically based on that. I think we make sure. User post. There. Post.user ID. All right, so it's acting identity, and then here's the user. I'm gonna leave that one. I think I do need that one for that. All right, user ID, use current user ID, session.user.id. I made a mistake. Just realized that. All right, so I do need the profile user ID. All right, so I do need this. I do need a profile user. That's correct. I messed up. I actually do need the profile user ID to make sure that you're seeing only this profile user's information, not the current session, which I kind of switched to, which was a mistake. Shouldn't. Okay, all right, let's optimize this. I need to. Update this. Containing collections. extras. All right. Next major route I need to optimize is going to be my post collections route that basically allows you to see what collections a post belongs to. Pretty sure I need to do, I don't know if I need to do infinite loading, but I might need to set that up. I don't know if it's wired up yet. Yeah, and it doesn't seem to be. So I'm definitely gonna need to wire this up for infinite loading, and I need to optimize this by using caching my session. Do the same kind of collaborator and optimizations that I did from other collections route as well here. It's giving me a list of things to do. Yeah, so I got no infinite pagination, which I need to wire up. Kind of surprised I didn't have it already. It's not given an API endpoint or post scoped. I already have. Yeah, I do. Okay, so let's implement this first. The infinite loading for this route batch 32. Reuse my existing load collections for this. Type break ordering. All these 5. All right, so it's gonna fix that. be forgetting about this route, but I do actually need to implement infinite loader with pagination and batch size, which will reduce the size of this, because right now I got a limit to 50, which is crazy. And then I need to also update the session caching and all that, and then put some timing headers in there so I can actually see that things are loading faster than they should be, because I don't think I have anything right now to measure it. So let's just check. Let's come back here. I don't have server timing. I only got the root, which is 13, which is not that bad, but that's before caching. All right, so now post to collections. Created batch size, brought in my timer, adding those timers, caching my session. Find first where timer again to my actual collections. Added an ID to my order by for my cursor so I don't get some issues with like showing duplicates. There's more. Add timer to, again, my pagination. It's deduping my items, which I already had set up way before. Then it's enriching those collections with collaborators if it's possible. Returning as a data object. Headers. And then passing on that cursor and current user ID. API load collections. Posting collections. All right, let me see. All right, switch session fetch to cached auth. Cool. Loader timing. Cool. Headers. Cursor pagination. All right, deduped. And enriched with collaborators. Grid wire for collection grid now. API endpoint. Added post ID support to API query parsing. Include like share not true for post collections card. Oh, include like share true. TypeScript. All right, cool. Now I want to come in here. Let's see. All right, cool. All right, let's check this to make sure. Pretty good. About 11 milliseconds on total loading for this route. about 10 for the root on top. So it's not that bad. Overall, pretty good. All right, I'm gonna leave that like it is. And then there is a couple more routes I did want to optimize. Let me see. I know my tag routes need to be optimized. Got a tag, right? So all of these need to be optimized. Let's see. All right, I'm back. Holy moly. Let me tell you, man. Like, dealing with people in business is kind of comical sometimes. Like, I'm like, damn, how are y'all getting this far in what you guys are doing? Oh, so when people say like, "Oh, AI is going to replace all these things," and this, I'm like, have you worked with people that actually have businesses and do things? Like the amount of shit that they don't know how to do and need so much help with, like, and AI can't feel that. Like, Jesus, sometimes it's literally like talking to children. It's real quick. Patience and continued. Very cool. So, shit. All right, so yeah. All right, so I left off that route is optimized. Now let's get into my tags and make sure that those are also optimized. So this is a big promise right here. Already good that's in parallel, but I might be able to add some gains here. We'll see. Some session casting. All right, first let's do this. Let's routes can you add the gaps that need to be filled? Or anything, I want to add some measurements so I know if I'm actually getting gains. I know it's step number one. I always do. Implement timing measurements. Session path, cool. Loader instrumentation. They're only getting parallelized. Let me see. They are already parallel, so I'm trying to confuse base versus serial. How's that serial when it's parallel? Alright, fetch active tag first. Policy query can be cheaper. First. Oh no, let me see. First of all. Limit one. Thing the exist is better than find first. I actually don't know if that's true. I think it's trying to tell me because it find first does pull the full row. Exists is just checking to make sure it verifies. Okay, so I understand what it's trying to do there. So I'm just trying to make sure that there is a follow add fall, reduce row payload. And it counts all rows and posted tags without verifying post status. All right, so I need to clean that up. UI defensive count, access count row. You access count rows directly. Do I? Skill squared value. All right, first let's do this one. Let's add that instrumentation in the servers and loader headings so I can get a baseline of how long it actually takes to load some of this stuff before I add these other optimizations. Because then I'm going to cache my sessions, which will give me a big gain. Then gonna patch some of these calls. All right, so add the loader, add the timing, add some measurements. So now it's coming here. Modly Donut. No, what up, man? What's going on? Thanks for hopping in the chat. What am I making? I am making I'm already made a social kind of platform called Collective, as you can see in the title right here, .co. It's actually live right now, fully production ready. Currently in beta and doing a bunch of testing, but right now I am coming in here and optimizing a bunch of my routes, and especially my loaders, because I'm using React 7. So basically trying to get some gains here and make sure things are optimized properly. Let's come here. Let's come to this tag. Let's check this server timing. All right, so right now on this route, it is counts parallel total. I'm at 12 milliseconds, which isn't the worst, but obviously depending on the tag and how many posts it's got to load. Let's see if we can improve that. All right, so now I wanted to go ahead and re-implement those same session caching I did along my other routes. Implement. One, 3, 4, 6. All right, let's implement that. And then probably gonna need to come here and also refactor some of these individual routes. Let's see. Extras. Should revalidate. Loader. Again, I'm gonna change this to exist so I don't pull the whole row. And what we're going for, cache this session. Batch some of these. Post to save display. All right, it's not bad. Got my postcard extras. This one's already been kind of optimized. I just noticed. Now this one. Again, exist. Session. All right, so I cached that already. Batch size, optimize my columns, deduped, enriched it with that. All right, so this one's also already pretty optimized, so shouldn't take too long now. All right, so I was already doing a promise on all of these. Oh, I'd actually need the full row, so that's fine. So I'd actually need the full row here. Okay, so it combined my session with my counts. Instead of find first, it is making sure it exists. So I'm only pulling the bare minimum, so that speeds it up a little bit. All right, that's not bad. So now let's come back here. Let's test this again. Network. All right, so basically cut that in half. So it was at 12 milliseconds just for this layout, which is basically this area. Now it's all the way down to 6, so that's pretty good. Now, like I said, I already seem to have come in here and done some optimizations. Probably not much left to do. Let's just do a quick scan. Can you... Any gaps left to fill in the optimization? This route out as reference. I do need to add timing to this. I know that for sure. And this needs to be cached. Use that because I need the full row. Extras. All right, and I am gonna come here. A lot of these loaders need to change this organization to a safe. All right, so safe user. So see, what do I need? Name, image, ID, name, slug, could be logo. This is going to just be for the actual avatar. So let's come here. Slug, logo. Because all I need for Matcho post is going to be the name, the image, which is going to be the logo. ID, name, slug, logo. Let me make sure. ID, name, slug, logo. All right, cool. Here. So posted tags in array will degrade. All linked post IDs into memory, then does in array. So let's fix that in array for sure. So make this into a two-part probably. To exist and then join it in the main post query. Huge arrays are just equal parameter payload. So okay, let's fix that. Add timing. Instrumentation. Cache my session. Always run. All right, gate this acting identity. Session. Tags. After slug validation. All right, let's go. Patch these fixes. All right. At this. Timer. All right. Did these in parallel. Cache the session. Also look up the tag and the session at the same time. 8. Basically guard this so this doesn't run if there's no active authorization. Instead of in array, I'm doing this in two parts. So making sure this exists, which is a pretty fast call. Post ID, post tag ID from post tags where post ID equals that. And it's published. All right, you're gonna need to add a condition to this for sure. Basically, make a copy of that filter, just build the postcard extras. That looks good. Add timing to that. All right, export the headers. Cool. Now, type SQL unknown or undefined. So you're gonna add a condition to this. Okay. And while it's doing that, let's come look at my collections. All right, so I got no timing. Session is cached, but these need to run together. All right, I need to do some things there too. All right. Push. All right, so or was a problem, so let's keep that. All right, now let's test this timing one more time. Come back here. Let's go to inspect. Let's go back to the same route. Server time. All right, so good. Literally at like 10 milliseconds, which is not bad at all. That query is pretty strong. All right, and let's come here. Steps in change that. We'll say this: optimization is a very, very tedious process, especially when you have a ton of routes and a ton of loaders and a ton of different kind of query calls on each single one. It can be kind of a hassle. Why am I pulling so many collectives? Seems a little crazy. Yeah, 24. That needs to be fixed. Let's fix this. All right, cool. All right, so tag collections orders only updated in. All right, add an ID to that. Same. Update is owner. All right, batch those. In the component. Okay, that should be easy. So implement patches. Back to type. All right, so let's add this and then let's bring this profile same way. There. Outs and short. All right, let's see what updated. All right, batch these. Added an ID to my order by for pagination. Added a guard for vectorization ID. Cool. All right, now can you identify? Yeah, these definitely need. I'll probably refactor these into a shared file. Need to cache these, need to batch these together. Oh, and I need to add infinite loading. Great. I think I went through this because I did not wire this route up at all. It's all our promises. So I can't put these components simply because it's a promise and it happens at runtime. All right, I'll leave it at that. All right, let's test this out. Cool. 10 milliseconds on that. That server time is great. It's good. Let's come here. SR cell. All right, so I need to add infinite pagination. Component does not pass tag query. All right, it's infinite loading. So I'm doing all of these follower count, member count, post count, basically. All these extras are happening on every single row, which can get pretty expensive, especially some of these. I think how I did it before was I separated this, and I think that's how I did it. Yeah, so I batch all these queries by organization IDs in one set. And then I call that set, basically. So legacy, so cache session. Likely weaker than feed collectives relevance. Create an ID. Text page. Not a gap. All right, so I'm gonna let it do all that. I don't want to have to come home, rewire all that in factory. Basically, it's gonna reuse all my patterns that I've already done for all of my other infinite loading, and it's going to implement those. That I like to do is, so let's do this. Let's do let's clean that up. Returning that. Count, cursor date. All right, and that's pagination. All right, cool. All right, all of these are good. Switch back to my personal account. This feed is good. Then all my profiles. Thing I need is to update my count, which shouldn't be much there. Same with the profile. Shouldn't be too much there, but update these for sure. Shouldn't be too much there, and then Need to update the messaging if I can. See if I can optimize these without breaking this. This is a kind of fragile area, especially because it's doing real-time emitting. So I don't want to break that. So I'm gonna probably do that very last. See what it patched. Added my loaders. Batched the session and active tag into one trip instead of sequential, which is good. Removed all the extras, and basically here is my base collectives. Added infinite loading. Then all of those visible ones, where is it? That's more. Where is? Okay. Visible collectives is just grabbing my base collectives from the first to the batch size. So initial, basically whatever's visible, and then mapping those and just grabbing the ID, mapping IDs to those into a map, a nice little map, and then I'm doing all my counts basically in an aggregate. Select all these little calls right here. Following counts that map, organization ID for that value. So then now my collectives grab that map, this organization. Into all these. All right, cool. All right, that actually looks pretty good. All right, now let's test out that timing. Here. Low teens, not bad, not too bad. It's just a heavy route with all this kind of counts that it's doing. Probably end up optimizing that down the line, but for now, it's definitely reduced it. So I'm gonna leave that for what it is. All right, let's optimize this route now. Go save. Gonna cache that, batch these. I don't know if I can optimize this, but we'll see. All right, let's just add that. That's not too bad. Add that credit out to there. Gaps in it. All right, cool. All right, let's optimize that route. And that'll be it for this tag page. I optimized the post collections page. Probably gonna optimize my search, which should just be my API, and then that just leaves my settings and my accounts routes, which shouldn't be too difficult. And I don't know if I'm gonna do my admin or not right now. Probably just leave those for later. All right, so fetch, cache the session, add loader timing and measurements. Match those first ones, like I said. Yeah, I knew I was going to have to update the is following. It's per row. Returns full session user object. All right, so let's go ahead and implement these patches. I would have had to hate if I had to just come here manually, like I did back in the day, to do all these optimizations. That should have been a fucking drag. But I like that if you do it once and you kind of nail it down in general, like kind of the pattern that you want, you just feed it into an empty and make sure your agent stays kind of pretty similar to that. It can get these done pretty quickly, because otherwise this optimization can take quite a while, because there's just so many different gaps that you probably won't catch on the first go around. Timer, select, save display, cool. There's more. All user rows. So you're only getting the phone from this users that are being displayed. Then you're gonna create a set from that, which is gonna definitely speed up your lookups. Then you're gonna map those final users, spread the user, and then is following from that set where the user ID is in this set. All right, so that is a huge gain there. Session, that user. Always no, turn those headers. All right, that looks good. So then I'm gonna come back here. Come here, let's go to network. Check that server timing. Collaborator, why is that? No, I'm on the wrong one. 10. Something's not working. Let's come here. that's better. I was like, why is that missing? All right, make sure that's good. All right, that's good. All right, let's grab this too. Let's come here. All right, let's see that. No. Let's see if I can't update some of these. Hashtag filter. All right, I'm gonna do that after. It's been a lot of little gaps. It's pretty much on every row. I need to update that to use safe for columns. Let's update this. Grab. Perfect. Probably just gonna cache those sessions and then API. All right, add a timing and then use my cache session. That's enough. Cool. So I need to do Way too many tabs open. Let's go to now. Let's actually update these APIs. Forget how many routes there are. Let's come here. Post collections. Active user tags. All right. All right, load feeds. Let me see. Yeah, it is. Slow feeds. Let's just clean all these up. Keep these consistent. All right, those are cleaned up now. Examine these. Optimization gaps in these routes. Like this. We're gonna cache these. Probably gonna batch some of these if I can. We'll see. All right, cache the session. Add time instrumentation. Add frameworks here to try to make behavior harder to optimize this debug consistently. IDs and fetch post and restore branches. All right, so there's actually a lot of gaps here. All right, so there's actually a lot of gaps in my search loading because it's all happening on API, and I have not really optimized my API as much as my actual routes, but I'm going to have to for loading purposes. So that's going to take me a little bit, and I'll probably do that offline. Probably gonna go eat right now. I might hop back on air tomorrow, day after, we'll see. But appreciate y'all that joined in here, and I'll be back later. Getting close to this, getting close though, getting close to finish this. Appreciate y'all for joining.
The suppression, the use of marijuana.
Come on.
the suppression, the use of marijuana.
Come on.
the suppression, the use of marijuana. suppression, the use of marijuana. suppression, the use of marijuana.
Come on.
Thank you.